Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I hope that you all are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, and I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. So if you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have some questions lined up for you all tonight that I think will be fun, and I have officially started Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs by the amazing Caitlin Doty. If you saw my community post, then you already know that I started reading this. I am enjoying it so far. It is very much her quirky and very specific sense of humor. And I have been reading this book so far in her voice because I have watched so many hours of her content that I can just hear her reading this. And I wonder if she does the audiobook. I don't listen to audiobooks, but she would be the type of person who would narrate this herself. So I'm very curious if any of you know if she narrates this on her own. But I've already gotten through some rather interesting of the questions. So far, I have read about when I die, will my cat eat my eyeballs? Naturally. What would happen to an astronaut's body in space, which was my favorite one so far? Can I keep my parents' skull after they die? Will my body sit up or speak on its own after I die? We buried my dog in the backyard. What would happen if we dug him up now? Can I preserve my dead body in amber like a prehistoric insect? Why do we turn colors when we die? And I am now on how does a whole adult fit in a tiny box after cremation, which I do know the answer to that one. But yeah, it's been really interesting. And I've been watching her channel for so long that I didn't figure that anything in this book could make me squeamish. But admittedly, there's like a couple things that she said in here that maybe kind of go, ooh. But she does handle it with such humor that and some people probably would find the humor about dead bodies, a humor like hers anyway, to be very offensive. But if you watch her content, you know exactly how she is, and I think that she's actually a pretty respectful person. She just handles scary topics with humor. I did finish Divine Rivals. I'm planning to film a short review about that. If I had to guess, it's probably going to wind up being somewhere around 6 to 8 minutes. I have no idea until I actually film it, but it's definitely going to be shorter than my review for Red Rising. I'll put it that way. So hopefully you all are interested in hearing about that, because if not, that'll stink. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. But as always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a snack, grab a drink, get under a blanket. I'm currently under my quilt right now because it's still chilly outside. And tonight, right now, I'm just drinking water. I'm planning on later maybe having a bourbon and Coke. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see when we get there. And Keaton is very sweetly making dinner out in the kitchen right now. He's making us some mushroom, mozzarella, and onion paninis, which I think are going to be delicious. So I'm really looking forward to that. But tell me what project it is that you are working on tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of look at some of these comments I got in here. So Vanessa came in first and said, howdy, hope your day has been going well. Well, thank you very much, Vanessa. I don't know if you're on because I think you posted that comment before the live had started, like an hour prior, but I'm doing well. Thank you. I'm doing just fine. And I hope that you are as well. And Alicia says, congrats on 600. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm slowly, progressing upwards in the trend with my channel. I expect nothing. I am happy with, the people who have come to join me. So I really appreciate your congratulations. Robert, hey, Robert, you said, I'm currently reading 10 minutes, 38 seconds in This Strange World by Elif Shafak. Okay, I have not heard of that, but I hope that it's interesting so far. Hey, Miss Starbuck. You said hello, everyone. Hello, Faye. Faye says hello. I don't think, Alicia, I'm sorry. I don't think I actually said hi to you. Hello to you too, Alicia. I jumped right into your comment. Hey, Cherry Cheetah. You said hello. I'm watching Song Competition right now, but I'm going to read Starling House as well. All right, by Alex E. Harrow. I hope that ends up being good. And Christina, hello. You said, hi, hope everyone is well, trying to finish Eye of the World. I have about 6 chapters left, sharing some Self Care Friday vibes with the like button. Oh, thank you so much. And 6 chapters left is not much for Eye of the World. So you absolutely could finish that tonight, I think, if you wanted to. The Starbucks says, I am reading The House in the Cerulean Sea. I saw that on Goodreads and I liked it. And because I loved that story, I thought it was fantastic. You said I'm on page 115, and so far I love it. I was really excited to see that he actually was writing a sequel. I didn't think that that book would get one, honestly. I'm still going to read it. Absolutely. I just wasn't expecting it. And it is called Somewhere Across the Sea. That's right, because I always end up singing the song every time I hear the name of the cover. I'm somewhere oh no, excuse me, Somewhere Beyond the Sea. Yeah, I love that song as well. Alicia says, hello. I hope you like that book. I've been watching her channel on and off for a while. I have watched every single thing that she has produced since oh gosh, it's probably been at least 5 years that I have been watching her, and I think that she's great. I will say, without her voice reading this, I'm one of the lucky people. I can hear her reading this, as I mentioned, but if you can't or you don't know her and you don't understand her sense of humor, I think some people would genuinely find this off-putting. So I'm just going to throw that out there. You know, when she refers to your human body as a flesh case, in some instances, I think some people would be like, who is this person and why is she talking about this? I ended up making a comment about the fact I was reading this on my Facebook page, and my grandma came on and she was like, that sounds like a really gross book, Alex. I was like, well, it's not. It's just, it's part of life, you know, and she handles it in a funny way. But yeah, I think my grandma would not be somebody who would appreciate Caitlin Doty's writing. Alicia says, those paninis sound so good. I'm reading A Madness So Discreet. Oh, very nice. I hope that that is enjoyable so far. Hey, Kat, welcome. You said, hey, Alex, I'm in a drive through for food. Ooh, what kind of food are you getting? Because I'm getting ready for panini. Oh, I hope it's delicious. Can I guess? I'm going to guess it's some type of sandwich, like a burger or maybe like a chicken sandwich. But do tell me, because I have no idea. Miss Starbucks says, yes, I saw your like so nice. Thanks. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I love it when people read books that I'm like, yes, I love that book. Makes me so happy. Hey, Nicole, welcome. You said, hi, Alex, reading Doomsday Book by Connie Willis. Awesome. I hope that you are enjoying it and that, you know, all of you so far have had a fabulous week. My week, honestly, was pretty all right. Like nothing major happened. It was just a regular old week, and I will take that. I have nothing to complain about. And Nicole says, hi, chat buddies. Alicia says, I'm down with her humor. Me too. Yeah, she's really special. I like her TED Talk as well. She did a great job with her TED Talk. And Kat says, seafood stuffed potato with salad. I was totally off, but that sounds amazing, especially if the seafood is shrimp. And Alicia says, whoa, sounds interesting, Kat. You cannot go wrong with a potato. Never. And Kat says, Alicia, kissy face. And I do have, of course, the first sprint pulled up. I got 30 minutes on the clock. Nicole says, it sounds very Louisiana. Yeah. And Kat says, Nicole, kissy face. So everybody's feeling the love in the chat right now. Cherry Cheetah says, I stuffed myself with mac and cheese. That is never a bad time. Was it homemade mac and cheese or out of the box mac and cheese? Both of them are acceptable and perfectly fine. I just want to know if you took the time to like bake it, because I do like a good baked mac and cheese. You probably all are going to end up seeing me sometime during the sprint, like stuffing my face. So hopefully that won't offend anybody. Some people get weird about seeing other people eat. I've been weird before about other people seeing me eat, something that I have worked very hard to get over. So I'm just going to unabashedly eat my sandwich when it gets here. And Cherry Cheetah says, homemade by mom. Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. Did it have breadcrumbs? Because that's my favorite. This is when you got it like topped with the breadcrumbs and you get a good cheese pull. You can never go wrong with cheese. It's fantastic. And oh yeah, Miss Starbucks says bon appetit. Absolutely. I do have my first question pulled up for you all outside of course, what are you reading, working on tonight? But that is oh, one second, I got another comment. Sorry. Nicole says starving now. No, Nicole, I'm not trying to starve you. I apologize. My first question is what is your fiction to nonfiction ratio? Do you read 50-50, 80-20, 100-0? 100-0 would be that you read only fiction and no nonfiction. And it could be like any combination. Obviously, it doesn't need to be an exact ratio. I'm just really curious how much nonfiction versus fiction you all read because I'm really trying this year. I'm going to give it my all. So feel free to answer that down in the chat box. And I'm going to go ahead and get the first sprint up. Got 30 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. We have a bubby. You may or may not have seen him jump up during the sprints, but that's why my camera's all wonky and whatnot. I've had to kind of shift around with him, so apologies for that. Let me know how you did while you were sprinting. I have officially made it to page 53, and I'm at what is going to amount to, I think, a very sad one of these questions, and that is, do conjoined twins always die at the same time? And the other thing about this book is it has illustrations for all of these different questions, and some of them are like just really interesting. Like this is the one for cremation. It's kind of wild. So oop, I don't know if there's a good way for me to show this, but yeah, like I wasn't expecting it to be an illustrated copy, and you would think after the time that I have owned this book that I would have like flipped through it, but I never had. So yeah, just moving right on along. But I asked you all the question before we left, and that is, what is your fiction to nonfiction ratio? Basically, meaning like how much fiction do you read, and do you read any nonfiction at all? Because that is something that I am branching out into more this year, and I'm just really interested to hear if other people like me predominantly read fiction. And so before we left, Kat, of course, gave a kiss to Christina. Miss Starbucks said, well, my SG says about last year 79% fiction, 21% nonfiction. So, yeah, about 80-20. Very nice. Alicia said, I would guess I'm probably around 92-8. I like how very specific that is, Alicia. That's a specific guess. And Nicole said, I'm around 95.5, like some tasty ground beef. Yes. And funny enough, mine is exactly the same, Nicole. At least it was last year. My ratio, I think, is going to move a little bit more in the nonfiction this year, but I cannot imagine myself ever being somebody that equally read fiction and nonfiction or predominantly read nonfiction. This is, of course, going to be a Frank fiction, a fiction channel, but I kind of like to see what's out there. I like for my expectations to be altered a little bit since I went so long thinking nonfiction would just put me to sleep all the time. And Faye said, I'm not sure of the percentage, but it probably changes from year to year. Absolutely. I enjoy nonfiction, but I can go for long periods without it and then suddenly binge a lot. I just love to read. Really, Faye, I never would have guessed that about you, that you love to read. No, that's awesome. Faye, how much did you read last year? How many books did you get through? Heidi, hello, welcome. Heidi says, Christina, I'm a big wheelie, binged all 15 books on audio. I miss Randland. Oh, that's awesome. I really need to read Wheel of Time, Heidi. I have Eye of the World, the first book, I think, digitally, and I need to get around to picking it up because I know that it's so iconic. Cherry Cheetah said, I would say 90% fiction and 10% nonfiction. Nice. Hard to say, but even the nonfiction is focused on myths and legends. So there is kind of like that, yeah, the fictional bent to it. And I can appreciate that. Heidi says, I just found Alex yesterday. Oh, wow. Well, thank you. Welcome. What is everybody's favorite book from 2023? I read mostly fantasy, but read everything from Bill Bryson to Bernard Cornwell. Very nice. If I didn't have my dog on me, I would go and I would get my reading journal that is sitting right up there because I also really enjoy fantasy, Heidi. But funny enough, I was looking at my story graph to answer your question about a recommendation, and I realized that the only 5-star fantasy that I read last year was a pick I wasn't expecting to give 5 stars, which was The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. I read a lot of sci-fi as well, so I wanted to give you like some good fantasy recommendations. So I might go back through like my Goodreads and tell you other things that I've read because that's like my second highest. Hello, Emily. Emily says, hello. Ignoring graphic novels, my reading is a 50-50 split. Very nice. That's actually impressive. You read a lot of nonfiction then. Jerry Cheetah says, Heidi, I read some books by Bernard Cornwell, Sharp series. Anyway, my favorite from 2023 was Piranesi. I loved Piranesi when I read it. It wasn't last year. I think it was the year prior, and he hopped down. So I can go and get my, one second. I can get my, oh, my big reading notebook here and go through it kind of while we're chatting. Let's see. Away was another one that I read that I wasn't expecting. I didn't know what I would think of it. I read more YA last year than I normally do. The Spear Cuts Through Water by Simon Jimenez was really interesting, but that one was also like a super weird book, like even weirder than Piranesi, in my opinion. And there's also some horror elements to it, so I don't know that I want to recommend that. I'm of course a huge Terry Pratchett fan. So if you've never picked up the Discworld series or you've never read anything by Neil Gaiman, like The Ocean at the End of the Lane or Stardust was another one of his that I really loved. I can recommend those as well. I'm trying to forgive me. I have like so much data in these. Let's see. Oh yeah, The House on the Cerulean Sea, which Miss Starbuck is reading. I really loved that as well. It's funny how much Terry Pratchett I'm seeing in here from prior years because I just love him so much. Sorry, I don't normally pause this much. Yeah, there's my Piranesi. So Piranesi, I read that back in 2020. Wow, that's been a hot minute since I read that. I'll see if I can come up with some more recommendations. I read Pan's Labyrinth. I remember that. The Graveyard Book was another great one. So yeah, like definitely you have good company here, Heidi and Emily as well, for which fantasy books you enjoy, or if like you're looking for more fantasy readers. Heidi says Piranesi is on my TBR. It is a fantasy book tube darling. It was on everyone's top 10. I'm trying to think, would I consider that to be in my top 10 fantasy books of all time? It was up there. It did make it in my video of the top 10 weirdest books I've ever read, because it kind of had like that special bent to it, but I talked about it very affectionately in that video, so it's definitely really good. Heidi says the best Cornwall for me is the Warlord Chronicles about King Arthur. Oh, that sounds really interesting. Admittedly, I don't know a ton about the King Arthur myth, the legend surrounding him. I know about Merlin the wizard, and the Knights of the Round Table and whatnot, but I don't know a whole heck of a lot outside of that. Emily says, Heidi, welcome. This is my second time. Woohoo! So it's nice to have some more new people. Yes, everybody is welcome, of course, because eventually when you keep coming back, you're not new anymore. And you're just part of the family, and hopefully you'll feel like you're one with the community. Discovered Carmen Maria Machado, and So Glad I Did, definitely recommend. Okay, I'll have to check her out as well, Emily. Thank you for that. Kat says, so not sure of the ratio, don't have math brain, tend to read more fiction than nonfiction. In 2023, I read 7 nonfiction books and 83 fiction books. I enjoy nonfiction. Well, Kat, so if you read 7 nonfiction, 89 fiction, and of course you read 96 total books. So 7 divided by 96 is 7%. So you're at like a 93-7 split in there. Kat says, need to add more to my reading diet. Well, I think you're doing pretty well. And Robert says, 100 fiction, 100% fiction, 100-0. Nice. And Alex says, I'm about 70-30 fiction to nonfiction. That does not surprise me, Alex, from watching your channel. I know you read a lot of nonfiction, which I find very impressive. Heidi says, Emily, which Machado book should I read for the first time? Sometimes I find the best books from other commenters like you. I love that. Emily says, hello, currently read The Shadow of the Gods by John Gwynne. Very nice. Well, welcome to you. And Nicole says 25 pages read. So we got 2 Emilys in the chat as well. So Robert says sprinting page 90 to 115. Nice. Miss Starbuck said read 19 pages so far. Heidi says, Emily, The Bloodsworn is my absolute favorite. Wait to you to get to Hunger of the Gods. Very nice. Miss Starbucks says SG is Storygraph. Haha. You look so confused. I don't know what it is about when people put acronyms in the chat and I'm reading them out loud live that my brain just immediately gets confused. Like YT, it's like, okay, I'm good. YouTube. If you had done like GR, I probably would have thought Goodreads. SG, for whatever reason, I have a Storygraph. Didn't think Storygraph. So that one's on me. Faye says, I'm on page 38 of 120 of Vathek by William Beckford. Okay, a super crazy weird classic from 1786. Wow, that is from a long time ago. That must, like, the language must sound quite different in that book than something that you would read today. I mean, I noticed even the way that fiction was written in the 1950s is so much different than now compared to classics. And I think that's one of the reasons why I could struggle with classics. And I'm very comfortable saying that I struggle with many classics. And I'm always worried if I pick up a classic that I'm not going to understand it or I will be, um, I don't know, I don't want to say like not refined enough to be able to get it, but that I would have to look up not necessarily a synopsis, but I'd have to look up parts of what's happening in the story to make sure I got all of it okay. Especially if it's a translated work. When I read The Master and Margarita, which of course was translated from Russian into English, I like actually had to go and look up the Wikipedia when I finished the book. I didn't look it up during, I looked it up after, just to make sure that I got everything. And I did, but it was just kind of that strange of a novel. And so I don't know if anybody else has fears about classics like I do. I know many people in this group read classics, so I might be the only one. But that is something I think about. Nicole said, Storygraph check is a good idea. Mine says 92.8. Awesome. And Kat says, Faye, kissy face. Faye says, last year I read 146 books. That is crazy, Faye. Wow. And he said, hey, Kat. Miss Starbucks says, top 3 books at the moment. Oops, haha, enter before I was done. That's okay. I'll wait till you get him in the next one. Nicole said, my 2023 favorite was David Copperfield. Nice. Heidi said, Alex, a great nonfiction read is Desert Solitaire by Edward Abbey. It is about a memoir of a park ranger and Arches National Park in the 60s. Oh, that does sound really interesting. I would enjoy that. I really love national parks. I'm going to be traveling to one that I've never been to next July, so I'm looking forward to that. Miss Starbucks says, The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Nice. The Golden Spoon. That one is, does that have thriller elements to it, Miss Starbuck? I know, of course, the spoon is in reference to some sort of baking competition, I think. I can't remember anything else about it at the moment. And The Midnight Library, Matt Haig. The last one is actually already from this year. Yeah, that's awesome. I know that we had a conversation on another live that The Midnight Library is quite divisive. Like so many people on here were like, I like that, or I really didn't. And I'll probably end up getting to it this year just because I want to know like how I feel about it. So that's one of the ones that I definitely have to prioritize for 2024. And Christina says, I got to chapter 50. Nice. Great job. Nicole says, I've heard of Desert Solitaire. Good to know you enjoyed it, Heidi. Love that. And Kat says, Neil Gaiman is so good. I second those titles, Alex. Oh, I'm glad. And Alicia says, I love Pan's Labyrinth. I'm reading some Neil Gaiman next month for Folklore February. Yay! That's great. I want to read his Norse mythology collection, where he does kind of his own take on Norse myths. I have that digitally, and I might end up reading that this year. I also have this really cute copy of Neverwhere that I need to get to, and I would like to read this year as well. I want to make sure that I'm in the right mood for it, because if you're like me and you have ever made yourself pick up a book that you're like, I really want to read that, but I'm not in the mood for it right now, it instantly can make the reading experience kind of a slog, and I definitely don't want that to happen. He has some really good short story collections as well. I don't normally read short story collections, but I have for Neil Gaiman. Christina says, hi, Kat. Hey, Zach, welcome. Zach said, my 5-star fantasy were A Day of Fallen Night, Tender Morsels by Margot Lanagan. Okay. The Mermaid, the Witch, and the Sea by Maggie Tokuda Hall. Iron Widow by Zirin J. Zhao. Oh, that's awesome. I'm going to be going back when I post this video, like when it's officially posted to YouTube, and I'm going to be going through all these comments and writing these down. So I'm not doing it in real time, but these are great recommendations. Thank you. I like the title, The Mermaid, the Witch, and the Sea. It reminds me very much The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Kat says, hey, Zach. Zach says, hi, Kat. Christina says, I try to read one nonfic a month, but my books vary every month. 4 to 52. 52 was last November for Get a Clue. Nice. And hey, Jamie, welcome. Jamie says, I'm usually about 70 and nonfiction. Hi. Well, hello. And Alicia says, Emily, I love The Shadow of the Gods. Well, everybody knows this book but me, apparently, so I need to look into that for sure. Kat says, I'm starting Stolen Tongues by Felix Blackwell tonight and also editing. Very nice. Yes. I hope that your editing goes well. Alicia says, I hope you like that one, Kat. I still haven't read it. Jamie says, so far this year, I have finished 21 books, of which 3 are nonfiction. 21 books. Oh my gosh, and it's only the 26th of January. That is insane, Jamie. Good for you. I love that. Nicole says, adding your book to my TBR, Faye. Zach says, my guess about 97% fiction. Shadow of the Gods is great. I read all 8 of Gwenna's books after that one. Awesome. Jamie says, I did that for Master and Margarita too. That was an odd book. Yes, it absolutely was. That's why I think it made it to the top 3 in that video of the weirdest books I've ever read, but honestly, I can't remember now. But I did love that video a lot. Kat says, I'm surprised you haven't read it yet, Alicia. Hope it will be a 5-star read. That's one of the beautiful things, Kat, isn't it? Is like you go into every book and you're like, I feel that this is going to be a 5-star, because I know a lot of us were not people that would pick up things that we don't think that we would love. And that's why it's so sad when we don't end up liking something. I've experienced that this month, unfortunately. Nicole said, classics vary a lot. Some are easier to read than others. Translation matters a lot. It absolutely does, which is why I appreciate that we had that conversation on the last set of sprints when, you all were telling me about the website you can go to for translations. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing, but of course it is. Like, why wouldn't it be? And cultural differences can also be a barrier at times. Very true. I was actually talking with Keaton because he is reading a book right now that has some Russian characters in it. And he was saying, yeah, a big issue that I have is in Russian, sometimes when a person gets a nickname, like Alex is a nickname for my full name, right? That the nickname doesn't seem to have anything to do with their regular name. It's kind of like, I guess the closest example would be like Richard being shortened to like Dick, for example. They don't sound the same. They don't seem the same. And he's like, so I was having trouble tracking which character was who. And that exact same thing happened to me in The Master and Margarita. And I felt like that was part of what tripped me up is like, they'd be mentioning people and I thought they were different people. And then I'd realize that they were the same person. I struggle with that really hard. And that's a cultural difference. That's just something I had to learn. And Faye said, Nicole, just be prepared for the super crazy weird. Nice. And Nicole says, I read a quick description. Can't wait. Oh, I love that. Alex says, I always think I'm too stupid to read classics, but when I do bully myself into reading them, I never really have a problem. LOL. That's so true. And that's fair. I do feel like I would probably get them and understand them. There's some that I look at as being more daunting than others. One that I'm really interested in reading just because I have this weird feeling that it'll probably be my kind of book. I have no idea. Is The Picture of Dorian Gray. I need to read that because I have a feeling I'll probably like it. So we shall see. But I also need to read The Count of Monte Cristo as well. And Nicole said, love that you bully yourself into it. And Miss Starbuck said, no, agreed on the classics. I want to read more classics, but I try to forget for a bit that they are classics. Otherwise, I might have explanation or expectations too high or unmet. Yeah, that's very fair. Yeah, because when you look at a book that is a classic, I don't know if any of you have ever felt this way, but do you ever look at them and go, I wonder why this became a classic? Or does everybody else usually think, no, these are actually great and that's just me? I don't know. Alex says, I mean, I like them. My brain is just irrational. LOL. No, that's fair. Kat says, I want to know how you like the Midnight Library, Alex. I loved it. Well, hopefully I will too. Nicole said, classics are great for try a chapter. They tend to have very short chapters and you'll either like the writing or not. Yeah, that's very fair. That's a great point. Christine says, my son's Pan's Labyrinth for his high school book club. Oh, so they're reading it for their high school book club? That's really cool. I have a beautiful illustrated edition, that, Guillermo del Toro was a part of, and I love that so much. Miss Starbucks says, yes, The Golden Spoon is a thriller indeed. Yes, I remembered. Huzzah. To me, it was more a cozy mystery. Okay, that would make sense. Baking show meets Clue. I absolutely love it so much. That does sound like a lot of fun. That sounds great. Faye says, I grew up reading mostly children's classics, so modern lit feels less comfortable for me. Weirdly enough, I've only recently gotten into thanks to BookTube. Okay, into it thanks to BookTube. That I like that you kind of are the opposite of me then, Faye, of like what you'd gravitate towards, and that we're both gonna try like to keep branching into other realms because I have a whole stack of classics over there that I need to get through. So, oh, you all might push me to actually not be afraid of them in like the first half of the year. Like maybe I can try to pick up one in March. Oh my gosh, why does that terrify me so much? Emily says, Alicia and Heidi, I am on chapter 5 and I'm loving it already. Since you love The Shadow of Gods, I would recommend Shadowless by Randall McNally. Very nice. Thank you, Emily. Nicole says, I'm the same, Faye. I still struggle with modern and postmodern. Oh, wow. Miss Starbucks says, I so want to know what you think about the Midnight Library. Well, I already have my TBR for February, so I can't include it in that, but I might be able to include it in March. So I'm really I'll how about I'll make a promise about that. I will read the Midnight Library in March. So you now officially know one book that will be included. Kat says Stolen Tongues is one of my 5-star predictions. Okay, awesome. Nicole says, I haven't done Dorian Gray either. Let me know when you get to a possibly buddy read. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. I wonder if it's one of the classics that I already have on my Kindle that Amazon let me get for free. That is one of the things. Amazon is the devil. I will say that all the time. But it is nice that they will let you get certain classics for free on your e-reader because people like me who are scared of buying classics, it's a good way to venture into them. So, Nicole, I will keep that in mind. Thank you so much. I love it when people want to buddy read with me. That means the world. I've never actually successfully gotten through one. I tried once and it didn't work out. Alex says, this Kiwi and I, oh, so Jessica, very nice, are planning a buddy read Dorian Gray this spring sometime if you would like to join us. Hey, well, maybe Nicole and I would be able to join you. That would be a lot of fun if that would be something that you would be up for, Alex. And Kat says, classics take me so much time to read. I like reading them, but have to be in the mood and can devote the time and brain power. Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like it takes me a lot more time to read a classic. Like I have to focus more. And I don't want to say it's just because like the language of today is easier, but when people write in the way that we speak, right, you know what I mean? It makes it easier to just kind of like let the words flow. When I read a classic and the language is so much different than the words that would come out of my mouth, my brain has to stop and like really take the time. And that can be really frustrating for me at times. Nicole says, oh, we should do a giant buddy read. Okay, good. That is decided then. We will do a giant buddy read. That sounds like a lot of fun. Christina says, yes, sorry, I can type and I can type and think. LOL. They read for their book club last year. Sorry. Okay, no, that's great. I'm glad that they did that, and hopefully he really liked it. Nicole said, what other classics do you have? Meaning like from my stack over here. Admittedly, it's a lot of Jane Austen because at the time that was what I was comfortable buying. I've had these many years, Nicole. I'm like outing myself. I've had them a long, long time. So let me just grab these. These, of course, don't include any of the ones on my e-reader. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Hello. I have The Secret Garden, The Scarlet Letter. I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings. I consider this to be a classic. Other people might not, but I do. Um, Mansfield Park, Wuthering Heights, The Story of Florence Nightingale, which is a really old, like beat up copy. You can see, like, I don't even know when this was originally published. I'm kind of curious if I could even see that. Do they have one of the pages in here? 1952. This copy is from 1952. I have Emma, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Sense and Sensibility, Persuasion, and Northanger Abbey are the physical copies that I have. I'll have to go and look for you sometime to see what my digital ones are. Though, actually, if you really wanted to, I made a whole video about all of the books I had on my digital TBR a while back. If you're curious, you're welcome to check that out too. Otherwise, I can try and look it up again. So, just gonna give me 1 second. I don't want to sit here with a giant stack of books off my lap. I gotta go put these back. Okay, I am taking much longer to gab this session than I originally intended, so hope that is not bothering anybody. Zach says, I've read the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the oldest book we know exists. Oh, wow. Now, was that a particular translation that you read? Is that one that you would recommend that I read? MS Starbucks says, two classics I definitely reading this year are The Hound of the Baskervilles and The Phantom of the Opera. Oh, yes. I forgot that The Phantom of the Opera was based off of a book for a moment. Forgive me. That's why I looked kind of confused. I was like, wait a second. But yeah, it is based off of a novel. Jamie says classics are just books people keep publishing. Some only get reprinted because people keep teaching them in classes. Modern books may be just as good or better. That's very fair. I also appreciate that sentiment for people like me who read mostly modern books. Heidi says, start with Dorian Gray. Okay, cool. That's a great recommendation. Thank you, Heidi. Cherry's Cheetah says, I never figured people would have problems with names like you with Master and Margarita, but then again, here in Czech, we call Joseph Peppa and Jan Hansa. So, yeah, people like me definitely can get caught up on things like that. But apparently, it's not only me. Because Keaton and I had never talked to him about that before. I never mentioned like my weird thing about the Master and Margarita, and he just came out and said it. It was like last night, I think we were talking about it, and I went, wow, I'm not the only one. Which made me feel a little bit better. Alex says, yes, group buddy read. It's a nice short one too. Okay, perfect. We will plan that. My email is on my channel, my like business channel email. Just everybody email me. We'll get it set up. Nicole says, I agree, Jamie, and some great books go out of print just because they're not being taught. Jamie says, I'm curious about Midnight Library, so if I can find it by March, I may read it then too. Awesome. I think that you will. Emma Starbucks says, awesome sauce. March it is. And Nicole says, yes, Alex, maybe over a weekend we can do sprints for it. Yeah, that would be fun. And Faye says, classics are books that have been something relevant to say to more than one generation. Yes, a lot of modern books will become tomorrow's classics and kids will have to read them and hate them. I will say that I do have a plan this year. It's something I'm actually really looking forward to. I have before I quit buying books, I rebought a lot of books that I read back in high school because I wanted to read them again to see whether I would appreciate them more than I did at the time. Because I think that's really part of the issue with our school system, at least where I grew up, is that you are introducing these books that are meaningful and are impactful and do have important things to say to children that in many cases don't care. And I want to be better than that. Like I want to go back and I want to see how I feel. And so I'm hoping for all positives. I'm hoping I'm going to love them as much as, they told us they were great when we were in school. Nicole said, LOL. Nicole says today's favorite will be tomorrow's high school drudgery. Yeah, that's probably true. Give it 100 years. Jamie says buddy reads seem to go well when they are attached to live sprints. That way, a couple reading hours each week are for the buddy read book. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to have to figure out how to do that because admittedly, I haven't ever done one before. So this is going to be a learning experience. Kat has probably the most experience with that of us so far. So, Kat, when we have our buddy read, because we're doing one in March, help. I'm going to need your help to figure this out. Nicole says, yes, book showing. Christina says, the boys got me a collection of Jane Austen for Christmas last year. Is it something that you're excited about, Christina? And Faye said, oh my gosh, such good times coming with those books. That's awesome. Nicole says, yes. Jamie says, The Secret Garden is more of a juvenile chapter book. That I do know because I have actually owned that since I was a kid. I really have. That is my original copy. I think I got at like a Scholastic book fair, and I just never read it. It probably says more about me than anything, and is a fast and really good read. Awesome. Nicole says, I'll check out your video on the digital TBR. Okay. You don't have to, but if you want to. Kat says, gab away. And Nicole says, agreed. Faye says, I wonder if Russian people get confused reading English books when Henry, William, and Margaret become Hank, Bill, and Peggy. Does Margaret become Peggy? William, I know, becomes Bill. Henry becomes Hank? I am from the United States, and I've never really thought about that. I guess because a lot of people I know that are named like Henry or William, like William becomes Will most of the time instead of Bill. Maybe that's something that's like an age thing, like different generations of people. I don't know a single William that goes by Bill or Henry that doesn't just go by Henry. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Alex says, I read Anna Karenina for book club, and we have an old Polish lady who explained the whole Russian naming system. I love that. I wish somebody could do that for me. Just like sit me down and be like, okay, Alex, I'm going to tell you how this goes. Emily says, I'm reading The Feminine Mystique, a nonfiction classic for feminism. It's interesting from a lens of learning what society was thinking back in the 50s and 60s. That's really cool. I love that. Kat says, I would love to help you, Alex. Thank you, Kat, because I definitely need it. So I'll be emailing you to pick your brain and ask how this is going to go. Alex says, I never read anything for class. I used to lie to teachers that I'd already read the book and they'd all believe me. So I have a great deal of catching up to do with classics, important works. Well, you know what? That's okay because you got all the time in the world now and you can read the ones that you actually want to read. Christina says, I am. It is beautiful. That's awesome. I'm so happy you're excited about your Jane Austen collection. Cherry Cheetah says, I feel like reading classics just for fun and not for school is such a different experience, more fun. I absolutely agree because then I can pick and choose. And I'm also not necessarily reading multiple classics back to back at one time. So I did read some Shakespeare back in high school, which unfortunately made me hate Shakespeare because of the way that it was taught, which was terrible, terrible at my school. I would love to be able to get into Shakespeare, but I feel like I had such a negative experience with it. I'm not sure I ever will. But I did also have to read the Iliad and the Odyssey. And funny enough, as much as I hate audiobooks, they played the audiobooks of somebody reading those to us while we were going through them in class. And for those stories specifically, that actually helped me a lot. I can't tell you why, but it just really did for the Iliad and the Odyssey. Zach says Gilgamesh is very repetitive. It's historically interesting, but not fun, but it's pretty short. Okay, that's good to know. I'm not really a fan of things that are repetitive. JB said some classics are too adult for high school kids, and some only read well when you're younger. I hated Catcher in the Rye, which I read as an adult, but a lot of teen readers like it. I messed up. Catcher in the Rye is over there as well. I also have that. And funny enough, it's weird that you brought that one up because I was just reading the first 2 pages of that because I was like, am I going to read this sometime soon? It just like caught my eye. I was like, I need to read The Catcher in the Rye. And it was it really comes out with a weird opening. I'll just put it that way. But I'm kind of interested as well. So I'm hoping that that's one that I would like. I mean, after all, that was the book that wasn't it John Lennon who got shot over Catcher in the Rye? I might have the wrong person, but I'm pretty sure it was John Lennon. Alex says Hank Green is a Henry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Alex, because I do know Hank Green. I've always known him as Hank. That would be like if somebody saw my name and they're like, "Well, I've always known her as Alex. I didn't know it was short for anything." I'd be like, "That makes perfect sense to me." Because some people, their name is just Alex. Maybe that's the same for you, Alex. I don't know if anybody's ever asked you if your name is just that. I have gotten that question before. Alicia says, "Oh, I'll look into that one, Emily." And Jamie says, "I dated a William that went by Bill." Okay, good to know. I feel so silly, you all, but you know what? You learn something new every day. Sometimes it's with people's names. It also, I don't know if it could be a regional thing because at least where I live, I don't really know any Bills. I really don't. So who knows? Maybe it's just not popular in my area. Nicole says it is generational. I knew a Margaret who was a Peggy and a Henry who's a Hank. All the Williams I went to school with were Bill or Billy. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better, Nicole. Thank you. And Miss Starbucks says, if anybody knows good books about the Russian Cossacks, let me know. There you go. Heidi says, for Buddy Reads, I think you set up a StreamYard live stream with your designated buddies. It does not have to be live either. No, you could do a pre-recorded one. I know that we could do that. I think more what I was concerned about is, do you set up a live that is specifically for the Buddy Read and you do sprints within that? Or is it something where, like on Kayla's channel for Books and Lala, you know, when her book club gets together, they have a live that they do that is literally just for the book, where they like talk about different questions, they talk about different aspects of the book the entire time. People are commenting in the chat whether they read the book or not, which is very different than doing some sort of like sprint mix with it. So I didn't really know what people preferred for that, because the only way I've really seen it done, well, I've seen Kat, the way that you've done it, and then I've seen Kayla with hers. So I don't know. I guess we could do it any way we want. I don't see why not. We could figure it out. Faye says, Zach, I love Gilgamesh. Hattie says, Alex, go see King Lear or Macbeth in the theater for the best Shakespeare experience. I have seen Shakespeare live in a play, and I have always enjoyed it very much so. I actually was at the Shakespeare Globe Theater in London, and I got to see The Merchant of Venice, and I got to see Romeo and Juliet, which was a really enchanting experience, especially when I was standing at the front of the stage, like with my arms like up on the stage, and the actors were actually pointing at me and like talking to me and saying their lines, which was that was a super fun experience, and I loved that. Alex says, I love Shakespeare. It changed so much to watch a good adaptation. There's a big Shakespeare theater near me, and it's very worth watching live. I guess I should have clarified that when I say that I didn't like Shakespeare, it's not performances that I didn't like, it's the reading of it that I have a hard time with, because performance is so much of the language gets brought out in physical form, like people are acting around their words, and that can help give me context. When it's only on the page, I can sometimes have a harder time figuring out what's going on. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Faye says, interesting fact about Gilgamesh, it was assigned reading and writing practice in ancient schools, which is the only reason it survived today. Really interesting. I did not know that, Faye. Jamie says, high school literature reading was rough, and I was reading all the books. I miss college upper level lit classes, though some of those were good discussions. That's fair. Nicole says, oh no, not Catcher. That will one day be a rereading my most hated book. Oh no. Oh no. That does not give me hope. Hi, Jessica. Welcome. She said, hi, just popping in. Have some hard work to do today, getting firewood for the winter. Well, good luck to you. Sounds like you're going to be building some muscles. Hopefully you'll stay hydrated and also stay warm. Nicole says, quiet flows the dawn, Miss Starbuck. And Emily says, both Catcher and the Rye and the Bell Jar are both beloved classics. I am not a fan of either. The Bell Jar is another one I've heard a lot about. There was a booktuber that I had found a while back. I don't really watch a lot of her content, but she reads a ton of classics and she's a big fan of the Bell Jar. And Jessica says, no reading today, but a great workout. Absolutely. You're working them arms. Hopefully it's in flannel. You'll look like a lumberjack. And you said fiction to nonfiction ratio would be 90-10. Hey, that's still a fair amount of nonfiction, so good for you. Miss Starbuck said, thanks, Nicole. I'll look it up on Goodreads. Hey, I got that one, Miss Starbuck. And Christina said, William can be Will or Bill. Robert can be Rob or Bob. John can also be Jack, and Richard can be Rich. Yeah, John and Jack was something that Keaton told me about, and I was like, that makes no sense to me because Jack I always thought was short for Jackson. So, yeah, that one killed me. And Richard can be Rich, Rick, or Dick. Yep, that's true. Where they get these shortened forms, I have no idea, and neither do I. And Jamie says sometimes with short form names, you use it based on how many others with your name are in your early classes. Too many Williams are confusing, so some get to be Bill or Billy or stay William. That's a great point. See, my name was incredibly uncommon, except, I mean, like we had some male Alexes, but I was the only girl Alex, like in my whole school. So I guess I just got the benefit of just being able to pick whatever name I wanted. Alex says Shakespeare is meant to be watched anyway. Forget the reading. True. Face it, I agree. I really struggle with reading plays. And Nicole said audiobooks are great for Shakespeare. Especially if they probably had like a full cast, that could be a lot of fun. Miss Starbucks said, that sounds amazing. Nicole, thanks. It's on my wish list. And Christina says, true. My family has great grandpa John, grandpa Jack, Uncle John, and cousin Johnny. And Jamie said, I listened to all the Shakespeare plays as audiobooks last year. The Archangel recordings include all but one of the plays read by great actors. Well, you know what? That might be the one way that I would be able to appreciate audiobooks. I might go and check that out. So thank you for that recommendation. Zach says, I like Gilgamesh too, but there isn't enough time or space to really talk about here. No, I totally get that. Nicole says, yay, I've heard good things about it and hope to read it soon. It's on the shelf under Q. Miss Starbuck. And Zach says, The Catcher in the Rye was my most hated book of all time until I read One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. No, Zach. Oh, that one hurts me. That one actually hurts me. I love One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I really do. That book I absolutely loved. And Nicole said, LOL, Zach. And Jamie said, I also watched a YouTube lecture series, College Classics on the later Shakespeare plays. I watched the lecture, then listened to the audiobook and watched a few productions on YouTube for each play. Well, that's the much better way that you went about it than I did, because when I was in high school and I had to read The Taming of the Shrew, which, by the way, I absolutely despised because, one, I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. And two, I ended up having to go get the Spark Notes for it. Y'all remember Spark Notes? I got Spark Notes from the half price books for that play. And I remember just hating that so much. Miss Starbuck said, what do you mean? It's on the shelf under Q. Hope I can find it somewhere though. And Nicole said, if you love One Flew Over, maybe you'll have the inverse experience of Zach and love Catcher too. Maybe, I don't know. Does that mean that others of you really hated One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Am I the only one that liked that book? That would be sad if that's true, but I did. I did really enjoy it. And Alex says, Taming of the Shrew is awful, 0 out of 10. Thank you. And Nicole said, Miss Starbuck, my bookshelves are organized by title. I bought my copy recently in store at Barnes & Noble. Very nice. Well, oh my gosh, I have been talking for a really long time. Thank you all for your wonderful comments and that was a great conversation. Thank you for that. So I will go ahead and I will get the next question up on the board, and I will also get the next 30-minute sprint set up here. So my next question for you all is this. Would you rather have an all expenses paid shopping spree at IKEA or a fashion mall? And a fashion mall is a place that predominantly has like high-end clothing and accessories. Think like handbags, sunglasses, sometimes jewelry, things like that. So tell me, what it is that you would prefer if you had the choice. And Faye said, if it helps as an adult, you can feel more maternal, paternal towards the main characters in Catcher. I'm not very maternal except to my dog, so I don't know about that. Jamie says, turns out pretty much all of my favorite actors enjoy performing Shakespeare. I might have a type after all, so I was lucky and found productions on YouTube with favorite actors in the cast. Oh, that's really cool. And Miss Starbuck said, oh, thanks for explaining. I don't have a Barnes & Noble in my country, but I will search for it. And then with that, everybody, just so that you all have the time to answer the question, I got the sprint pulled up here, and I am going to see you all in a little bit, give my voice a rest for just a moment, give you all a break from me, and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I have gotten to the very fun question of, can we give grandma a Viking funeral? Which, of course, if you know anything about real Scandinavian Viking funerals, you know that they never took place on a boat out on the water. So that's been really fun to hear, kind of like where that theory came from, and the fact that nobody really knows how it came about. It was probably like Hollywood coming up with it, which I think is quite interesting. So I'm still really liking this book so far. And I got to get back to our place. So let's see. Before we left, I asked the question, would you rather have an all expenses paid shopping spree at IKEA or a fashion mall to get things like clothing and accessories? And Emily was the first up and she said, fashion mall, going for those clothes. Miss Starbucks said that she had to go and to see us all later. So hopefully she'll be able to come back next week. Nicole said, yes, you should be able to hopefully get it online from somewhere. Oh, yeah, for Miss Starbuck. I'm not sure if she saw that before she had to go. Nicole said, IKEA, I can't handle any type of mall. Well, IKEA can be pretty overwhelming as well, Nicole, in my opinion, because there's just usually so many people there and you have these really big carts and people kind of just like cut in front of you and walk around. So I love IKEA. I do. I have a lot of furniture. My desk, actually, that I'm using right now, I got from IKEA. But I will say that the shopping experience there is not always easy. And Alex says, fashion mall. My apartment is appropriately furnished and I like all my stuff. More clothes and stuff would be more useful, especially if it's high quality stuff. Nick's on the fast fashion, though. Yes, thank you very much for that, Alex. I'm with you. I'm in the same position as you. It's like I have plenty of furniture. I really don't need any more furniture. I have gotten a lot of stuff at IKEA already, so I don't need any more shopping sprees. But I would like to like freshen up some of my wardrobe. I am one of those people that I wear the same clothes for years and years and years without going and buying anything new for myself. And honestly, like sometimes the only new clothes I really get in a year are things that I get for like Christmas and my birthday. So, there's something to be said for that as well. Though I did this winter allow myself to buy a new coat for the first time in like a decade. I've been wearing the same coat and I didn't get rid of my old one just because they don't make them anymore. Like it's a brand that literally doesn't exist anymore. I've had that coat either since I was in early high school or like late middle school. I'm not kidding. It's been a really long time. But yeah, I would go for clothes. Give me something fresh. Miss Starbucks said, yeah, I can Google it. Okay, cool. And Cherry Cheetah said, I only saw One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest movie adaptation and theater adaptation. I bet you those were really good. Well, the theater one, I have never seen it in theater. The movie adaptation, I did see before I read the book. So I don't know if that explanation matters to anybody in this chat, but my entire time while reading that story, I was thinking about Jack Nicholson. And I don't know if that like had anything to do with my feeling about it. I did genuinely like that book though. I imagine because I didn't see anybody else in the comments saying that they like liked that story. Either other people haven't really read it or just everybody else hated it. Which is kind of it feels kind of weird to me. I don't think I've ever been in the position where I'm like the one with the like super unpopular opinion about a book like that, but I guess it was bound to happen. Heidi says, Jamie, I heard David Tennant did Hamlet, but I could not find it anywhere. Sad face. Faye says, IKEA all day. I'd finally get my lifelong wish of bookcases lining every wall. Yeah, absolutely. Christina says, honestly, I'd rather it be a craft store. LOL, just saying. That's fair, but you have to choose one of the two. Craft store would be a different question, Christina. Maybe I'll get that some other time. Faye said the David Tennant Hamlet is from 2009. If you search Hamlet 2009 here on YouTube, someone updated it free. Oh, uploaded it for free. That's really cool. I do appreciate it when people do things like that. Cherry Cheetah says, "Oh darn, IKEA would mean all the bookshelves I could need, but I picked the high fashion mall because I'm a sucker for brands and who says I can't resell some later?" Very true, because if you go to like certain fashion malls, they have things like Louis Vuitton and Gucci, and you could just like buy up a bunch of handbags and then like make a buck on them if you really wanted to. It is a shopping spree. You can do whatever you like. I'm with Alex though. I forgot to mention this, that I hate the idea of fast fashion. I don't buy anything from like certain popular apps, you know, that or shops that people talk about all the time on YouTube. I'm not even going to bring them up just because like people are on there all the time. And I don't want to judge what other people buy. I just know for me, I don't like thinking about who the people are who are making those clothes and that they're ending up in the landfill. Another reason I guess I don't really buy clothes all that often. Jessica says, "Oh, that's a hard one. On the one hand, a clothing spree could net me some nice, good quality clothes because they aren't cheap. But on the other hand, I would have to say IKEA or our version of it because furniture is even more expensive. And I could either replace furniture or kit out a whole house. I don't mind kit set stuff if need be." Hey, that's really, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like I said, I have a lot of furniture in my home that came from IKEA, and I really appreciated them for both their affordability and the ease of which you can assemble stuff. And they've gotten plenty of my money over the years, especially since I bought my house. And they have some really high quality stuff there. I mean, I know some people say that, like, oh, it's a bunch of like particle board furniture. It's like not all of it is. Some of that furniture is solid wood. I know because my dining table is, and I assembled it myself, and it was extremely heavy. Heidi said, "Thanks, Faye." Jamie says the Hamlets I'd love to see are Tom Hiddleston's. Oh, I didn't know he had one. Not sure that one ever made it onto YouTube. And Andrew Scott's clips of Andrew Scott's performance are on YouTube. I really like his soliloquy. Lovely. Jessica says, "Back to work. Ta ta for now." Bye, Jessica. I know you're long gone. Heidi says, "Faye, Patrick Stewart is also in the production." Patrick Stewart's fun. He's really fun. And Heidi says, "Jamie B, did you catch Hiddleston in the Ministries, The Night Manager with Hugh Laurie?" Amazing. Hugh Laurie is the bomb. And if you all have not listened to his music, like his jazz albums that he's come out with, oh my gosh, he's incredible and an amazing pianist. Great voice. Faye says, "Heidi." Happy face. Jamie says, "Heidi, no, I've seen clips, but I only have Netflix and whatever pops up on YouTube, so I have not seen Night Manager yet. I may be able to get it through interlibrary loan. I hope you can." Emily says, "I'm very picky about the companies I purchase from, ethical treatment, environmental impact, etc. So I'd probably do clothes accessories since ethical clothes can be quite expensive." I completely agree with that. Yes, they absolutely are. And I'm with you there. Heidi says, "Alex, you're super. Just subscribe, leaving the chat for hockey game." Oh, a hockey game. Hockey is so much fun. Heidi, I think you're probably gone already, but I really enjoy going to live hockey matches. I hope you have a good time. And thank you for subscribing. Robert says, "I guess IKEA, not really a fan of their furniture. New clothes are nice, but I don't need that much. A ton of bookcases." So there you go, Robert. You can have all the bookcases your heart could possibly desire, including the new Billy ones that they came out with. I don't know if you all have seen those, but they were advertising them on their website that they were like redesigning the old ones that you see in like many booktubers videos. I don't have any of the Billy cases. Those are the ones that are like much taller and much broader. But yeah, they redesigned them and gave them some new colors. And I was like, oh, those look nice. I don't have any place for them now, but they look nice. And Nicole says 28 pages. Alex says, "Read 40 pages." Kat says, "I edited during that sprint. Good job. You're being productive." Jamie says, "I'll go with the IKEA shopping spree. I love a treasure hunts at thrift shops, so I'd rather not get a huge lot of clothes all at once, but I could use furniture and decor stuff." Yes, absolutely. And Kat says, "I would rather IKEA." IKEA is a verb in this case. IKEA. And Christina says, "I got to chapter 51 of 53. Now making supper." Ooh, what are you making for supper, Christina? Nicole says, "Our IKEA is less crazy than our mall, so mileage can definitely vary. It's definitely a pick your poison." Okay, that's fair. Ours is always ridiculously packed. I think there was only one time that I've been to our IKEA when it wasn't a madhouse, and I don't I must have been going on an off day, like in the middle of the week or something. I don't know why it wasn't. Zach says, Def's IKEA clothes are not my jam. That's fair. That's very fair. And Faye says, I haven't read Cuckoo's Nest yet, but I want to. Well, Faye, if you end up reading it, please let me know what you think of it. I would love to hear your thoughts because, in truth, outside of talking in this chat, I have not like talked to other people who have ever read that book. I know people who have seen the movie, but I don't know many people that have read it. And Nicole says, I haven't read One Flew Over, so no idea how I'd feel about it. I would definitely say you have to look at it through the lens and the time in which it was written. The thing that I liked about it was its depiction of mental health institutions, and like how absolutely deplorable they were in like the 60s, the 50s and 60s, I should say, because they were awful with the way that they treated people. Um, it's like so heartbreaking to read that book, and the perspective of our character who's narrating it was also quite unique because he doesn't talk during the book. He pretends to be mute, and so like the whole narration is him just viewing the world and everything that's going on, but he doesn't play an active role in what's like unraveling before him. And I thought that that was a really unique way for the story to be told too. Christina says, okay, fine, then I guess IKEA. Right now, I could use new furniture and obviously bookshelves. There you go. Just sticking your tongue out at me. And Zach says, in my experience, most people love Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but for me, it was incredibly misogynistic, like how he says multiple times women are either whores or ball cutters. Yeah, I can understand your feelings about that. And I guess it didn't bother me a whole lot because of the characters in the book are people that are known to have problems, and our main character, McMurphy, is his last name, I believe. That's what he goes by. He's supposed to be our like anti-hero. He's not a good person. That's why he's an anti-hero. And so like there's some of the things about him and his character and the way that he describes things that I have to take with a grain of salt because he's not meant to be like a great individual. So, but I totally understand what you mean, Zach, 100%. And I could see where that would also rub people the wrong way. Christina says, loaded scrambled eggs. That sounds amazing. I love a good egg. I have been making runny yolk breakfast sandwiches. I cannot tell you how many of them I've been making. I take an English muffin, I put mayonnaise on it. I put a like maple sausage patty or a regular sausage patty, and then a sunny side up egg. And I make it into a sandwich, and I squeeze it so that the yolk runs out, and I dip my sandwich in it while I'm eating it, and I love that. And Nicole says anti-hero books can be hard to read. Yes, they can. Absolutely. For me, it was one of those books where I would say that it's definitely worth it. If I had to give you a recommendation, if you haven't seen the movie, watch the movie first before you read the book, because I think that that was something that like I don't want to say enriched my reading experience, but if you can imagine McMurphy as being Jack Nicholson, it just does something. That's my recommendation, I guess. And Zach says, in Cuckoo's Nest, McMurphy also reminded me of our last president more than anyone else. Again, he's not meant to be a good person at all. So yeah, I can understand, Zach, where you're coming from. And hopefully you're not like, man, Alex has horrible taste in books just because I liked that one. But yeah, I get it. Christina says, also sounds good, but it would have to be a hard fried egg for me. Hard fried eggs are great. I like eggs in all fashions. They're just good to me. But I prefer the ones that come from like the free range farms. I try to buy them as much as possible. And then Zach says, all anti no hero. Yeah. Yeah. And Nicole says, I thought you meant the book, Christina, LOL. Yeah. No, she didn't. She's just talking about her eggs. And then let's see. I got another question for you all. I feel like I talked so much during that one sprint. I'll like help catch us up here with these next couple. They said a hard fried egg flew over the Nest. Yes. See, I started thinking more of like fried green tomatoes. It's just like a hard fried egg. It's the name of the book. Nicole's laughing. I also need to read Fried Green Tomatoes. That was a movie I saw many years ago, and I am so interested to read the book. Have any of you read that? And if you have, did you like it? I would like to know. Nicole says, shouldn't it be hard boiled egg? Then it would be detective. You could read Hard Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World by Haruki Murakami. That is officially the weirdest book I've ever read in my life. He's a misogynist. Like Haruki Murakami is a misogynist. He writes female characters horribly. Um, but it was the weirdest book that I ever read, and it was quite a trip. And for that, I actually found it quite fun. And Zach says, "Nah, I don't judge too much." Oh, well, I appreciate that, Zach. Thanks. Um, and Alex says, "I think I have one flew over, so I'll try to read it next month." Yeah, Alex, you should, and then let me know if you like it or not. And if you don't, I'll just be the odd lady out. That's okay. I will be the odd one out for us all in this case, which usually that doesn't happen. So that's funny. And Christine says, Fried Green Tomatoes is a great movie. I own the book but have not read it yet. Just found it in a little free library. That's awesome. Yeah, I have seen a copy of it at the my library, not in like a little free one, so I couldn't just take it if I wanted to. But didn't Fried Green Tomatoes, the book title, have something to do with like the Whistle Stop Cafe, or am I thinking of a totally different book? Admittedly, I can't remember now, but I thought it might have something to do with that. All right, everybody. My next question for you all for the next sprint is this: would you rather win a trip to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory or Disneyland? Do tell me. Very topical, given the movie that just came out that I have not seen and probably won't. Nicole says, I read it. It was okay. Darn it. Because I remember really loving the movie. Christina says, yup. Okay. Thank you for confirming. All right, everybody. I'll get the next sprint up. And when you say which Willy Wonka, think about Willy Wonka as intended, like I don't know, the characters of the novel, or you could say the original one with Gene, was it Gene Wilder? Um, I'm really horrible with names, everybody, but you could do any of them, any Willy Wonka. The main premise is the same. You have an eccentric, guy who runs factories making candy, and kids that show up and get into all sorts of mischief. Like, pick your poison. But would you rather Disneyland or Willy Wonka? And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 89, and I have to ask this of you all. Do you know where the origin of the phrase blowing smoke up your ass comes from? Because I just learned it. And if you can guess it in the comments, I will be very impressed. But otherwise, I will tell you all after I am done reading your answers to my question, which is, would you rather win a trip to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? It could be any version of it you want. You want it to be the Gene Wilder version, that's fine. Or Disneyland. And let me see here. The first comment that I got to go back here. Every time I click away, it resets everything. Okay. And Christina was saying Johnny Depp was scary in his version. Zach said 100% Wonka the mouse is my nemesis at this point. And not just nemesis, capital N nemesis. Zach, please elaborate. Why is Mickey Mouse your nemesis? Christina says Disneyland is the one in Cali, right? Yes, it is. Faye says, my answer would have been Willy Wonka's for the vast majority of my life, but then Disneyland got Avengers Campus. So Disneyland. Awesome. Alex says, girl, I don't want to go to either of them. Willy Wonka is terrifying, and Disney is full of long lines and screaming children. Well, technically, Willy Wonka's full of screaming children, too, depending on how you want to look at it. So fair answer there. Christina says, sorry, I'm being so literal right now. That's fine. Fine by me. Kat says, Willy Wonka, emphatically. Willy Wonka. Nicole says, Gene Wilder, original Willy Wonka, you only live once. Yes, that's very true. Faye says, Disneyland is Cali, I believe. Yes. And Nicole says, yes, land is California. And I said, you can go with Gene Wilder version, then, we can go with that one. And Nicole says Disney World is Florida. Cherry Cheetah says, I need some sleep. Good night, everyone. Goodbye, Cherry Cheetah. Jamie says, I'll go with Willy Wonka too. I'm not that fond of sweets, but the technology in his factory is cool. I would agree with that. It is really cool. Anna, and I don't know if it's pronounced Anna or Anna because I have two friends, both spelled the same but pronounced differently. So you can correct me either way. But it says, hello, my first time here. Very much welcome to you. I'm happy that you can join. You said, love your questions. Thank you. I would love a trip to Willy Wonka's since I've already been to Disneyland many times. Well, that's perfect. All new experience then. Jessica says, I just got back. Well, how did the wood chopping go, Jessica? Was it successful? Do you have a massive pile to keep you warm now? And he said, wait, what? Hugh Laurie, Dr. House has albums? And I said, yes, my favorite of his albums is Didn't It Rain, released in 2013. So if you all have never listened to Hugh Laurie's music, if you're into kind of like a jazz, swing, blues type vibe, I would recommend that you check him out. His music is excellent. And Jessica says, sorry, LL, just realized I had paused the live. Okay, way back when I was talking about that. If Wonka had gluten-free chocolate, then I would choose that. But if not, then how many times in my life would I ever get to go to Disneyland? Well, really, you can't go wrong in that case. And I don't know if he would have gluten-free chocolate. And you said, I would be Wonka's celiac correspondent. Awesome. Maybe you could convince him to make gluten-free chocolate. Emily says Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory is in the business of selling candy. Disney is in the business of entertainment, including candy. So Disney it is for me. That's fair. Technically, you can get both at Disney. Robert says the question, both options are bleak. Wonka is pretty scary and Disney, no comment. Did Alex get her panini, by the way? I did. I ate it on the first sprint, and I was over here off the camera munching away on my panini when I was very tiny in a box. So you probably weren't able to see me. And Nicole said, read some, but now eating Thai food. Delicious. What Thai are you eating? What kind do you enjoy? Because there's so much. Alex says, I'm up to page 678. Awesome. You read a lot of big books. You and Nicole both read some chunky books. Faye says, I'm on 64 of 120 of Vathek. Very nice. Christina said, all I did was finish supper and then realized that I forgot to put in attendance for my son's school. Oh no. I hope you were able to get that fixed. Jamie says, finished another short story and my audiobook during that one. Was curious as to whether Patricia Highsmith's short stories are as good as her novels. They definitely are. Yay! That's fabulous. I love it. Kat says, still editing, added some photos, graphics. Look at you go. Fabulous. Christina said, I guess Disneyland because it's been a while since I have been to Cali, but the original Wonka's always looked fun to me. That's true. Yeah, the original movie just had like a certain je ne sais quoi, certain something about it. Christina said, I have been to both Disney's, but it has been a while and I would love to take the boys. Nice. Zach says Disney pumps out ridiculous amounts of hollow, bland, boring franchise tripe just to make as much money as possible. I would say in certain instances that is true. Um, uh, I won't call out specific franchises just in case there are people here who are fans of them. But like, I really do enjoy like the older animated Disney's a lot. I wouldn't consider myself to be a Disney adult, but I have like friends that are, and and they like watch all the new movies. I have not gone to go see a Disney movie in a long time. Not even like a Marvel's movie. I haven't gone to go see one in forever. Jessica says, I have a massive pile of wood on the driveway, but it's summer and I'm too tired to take it round back. LOL. That's fair. Nicole says, just fried rice. I have a shellfish allergy, so I can't do a lot of sauces, including fish sauce. Oh, yeah, I remember you telling me that. Yeah, that's such a bummer. I'm sorry. Christina says, I'm putting it in now, but it's for the whole semester. Whoops. Oh, shoot. My big thing that I did today was I filed my taxes. Early filer. So I'm happy to have that over with because I always like to file my taxes before the end of January. Alex says, I really don't read longer books much. Yes, you do. My goal this year is to pick up some longer ones. Last year, I only read 6 books longer than 500 pages. That's still, I mean, a good amount to have read over 500 pages, but I understand your point. Out of the total number, over 140 books that you read in a year, 6 doesn't seem like a lot. So I get that. 6 would be a lot to me, though. Nicole says, what are you reading now? Alex Black reads. And Faye says, why are we only talking about the movies? Hasn't anyone read Charlie and the Chocolate Factory by Roald Dahl? And I actually have not read that. Faye, I will fully admit that I have not read the original novel. But that's why I did say at the beginning when people were asking for what version, I was like, you could do the book, you can do the movies, whichever one you want. So, Faye, if you want yours to be the book, you go for it. Zach says, I didn't blacklist Disney till about 2014. Now, that's still 10 years ago. That's been a while. Alex says, Assassin's Quest by Robin Hobb, Book 3 in the Farsi trilogy. Yes, I remember on your live on Sunday, Alex, that you had just started that, if I remember correctly, because it's the one that has animal magic. Feel free to just slap me if I'm wrong, but I thought I was paying attention. Christina says, I don't know why they make us do this. He goes to live lessons. The teachers see him and he participates and he turns in his lessons. Isn't that enough? Rather having me go through and say how many hours he spent on each. I have never heard of a parent having to do that. My mom never had to do that for me. That sounds ridiculous. Nicole says, I thought that too, Faye. In the book, everyone gets their just desserts. I'd like to think I'd be okay. And Willie isn't a bad or scary guy per se. See, that's the thing is, if I had to go to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, which I probably would choose to go to the factory only because I know I would be the last one out of everybody. Like even when I was a kid, I was so good at like following the rules. I didn't try to like insert myself or break anything. I just would have been like that perfect like little kid who's just standing over here while all of the rest of them got taken away for misbehaving and I would have won a chocolate factory. And that's all I'm saying. So, I would have a business for life. So I'd probably pick that one. Alex says, Farseer, I can't type on my phone. No worries. Faye says, Nicole, exactly. I love the book version, Willy Wonka. Nicole says, oh, yes, you made good progress with all 3 Farseers. And Nicole said, me too, Faye. I would really like to go back and read Matilda and James and the Giant Peach. I want to get like copies of those books. I think that it's fun. The printings that they've had recently of them, where all of the covers are in the same art style, and I was like, oh, I love that. They look so nice together. So I probably will get those eventually. Emily says, Zach, pretty sure if Willy Wonka was a real person, he'd probably deserve to be equally blacklisted. Potentially, especially for people who are afraid of Johnny Depp's version. Probably because he came across as being so weird. Oh, nobody put in the chat where they thought the phrase blow smoke up your ass comes from, which actually surprises me. None of you were guessing that. Just in case you would like to know, and if you don't, I'll tell you anyway. There were some tests back in the day that people would do if you like fell into a coma and they couldn't tell whether you were still alive, that they would test to see if you were still alive. And those things included shoving needles under the toenails or into the heart or stomach. Sounds like a really terrible way to decide if somebody's alive. Sounds more like a way to kill them. Slicing the feet with knives or burning them with red hot pokers. Burning the hands or chopping off a finger. And then the last one, smoke enemas for drowning victims. Someone would literally blow smoke up your ass to see if it would warm you up and make you breathe. Thank you, Caitlin Doty, for that wonderful tidbit of information. So there you go. And then Nicole said, poor factory standards about Willy Wonka. And Kat says, I want to read Matilda, James and the Giant Peach, and The Big Friendly Giant. Yeah, well, you know what, Kat? If I can get my hands on like some copies of those sometime this year, obviously I don't own the copies, but if I could get them, that would be a fun thing to read with you. And Jessica says, what book are you reading, Alex Frank Fiction? So I am reading Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs by Caitlin Doty. So all of these questions were posed to Caitlin, who is a mortician, by kids. So every single one of the questions in this book was given to her at like a speaking engagement or something that she traveled to with parents and their children in the audience, and the kids were asking these questions. So the one that I'm currently, like the section I'm reading from right now is, what if they make a mistake and bury me when I'm just in a coma? Which is like, some of these questions are really like interesting ones to have come from children, but kids are just so honest, like they just say it like it is. There was even one in here of, what would happen if you swallowed a bag of popcorn before you died and were cremated? This is honestly, it's great. Very much her sense of humor. And Emily says, what? Those all sound horrible. They were. They absolutely were. I am so grateful to live in this time right now with the medical advancements that we have. It's not perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than somebody shoving a red hot poker against my foot or cutting my finger off. And Faye says, humans are weird. We are. I find medieval medicine fascinating and terrifying. And the worst part of it is certain parts of the world had vast medical advancements for the time. Like if you look at 2 periods of time and you look at their medicine, the Middle East was like way ahead in advancements. Like they knew how to treat so many ailments in the least intrusive ways. And then you look at like English medicine during the same time, and they were doing crap like that. And you're like, how did humanity, like it was existing at the same time and they were doing horrible things to people? Astounding. And Jamie says, if we do that Remember December thing again this year, I may reread all Roald Dahl books in December. That would be fun. And that would be quite a few to read as well, since they have like so many collections now. Jessica says, I feel like I need this book. I would recommend it. I really would. Now, I will tell you, because I've been following her for so long, and I have shown this off on another stream before, but it's actually a signed copy, and that is her. That's a stamp, a rubber stamp of her face that was put onto this like little plate that I could put into this novel. And she's just really fun. If you have not heard of her, go and check out her YouTube channel and watch some of her videos. she's incredible at just like orating and telling a story. She also did a TED Talk that was really engaging as well. And that's the fun part is if you have watched her YouTube channel, you can read this book in her voice, the way that she talks. So that's extra fun. Robert says, burning the feet, that's done in The Count of Monte Cristo. Oh, tying in another book I need to read. Good job, Robert. Thank you. Kat says, I love that title. I do too. Apparently, she has two other books. Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, I know about already, but what's the other one? Hang on. Oh, yes, From Here to Eternity. So I need to get those other two as well. If I can manage to get signed copies of those, I would probably be very happy about that too. Smoke Gets in Your Eyes was about her experiences in her early 20s of being a crematory operator. I don't know about the other book. Christina says, I just visualized that popcorn popping everywhere. LOL, disturbing. I guess she said in here, I'm not young enough anymore to keep up with the kids. I just I don't know what's up anymore, apparently. But there's a meme of somebody holding up a bag of popcorn and saying, before I die, I'm going to swallow all of this and my cremation will be epic. And she proceeds to spoil all of that by saying that would never work. In this situation, and kind of talks about the science of why, which honestly makes sense. I mean, when you are cremating a body, it's cremating at 1500 degrees. Like, how sensitive, like temperature sensitive popcorn is. It wouldn't, in a cremation oven. But like, kids obviously don't know that, so they're like, yeah, like all this popcorn scare the crematory operator. No, wouldn't work. Nicole says, I would highly recommend Roald Dahl's Revolting Rhymes. Nice. And Jamie says, one of the funniest nonfiction books I read in the past 5 years is Generation, a history or science book about how people thought reproduction worked. Oh my God. That sounds hysterical. Okay, I'm going to have to look into that, Jamie. That sounds really funny. Faye says, apparently smoke gets in other places too. That was a good one. Peach butt. I love it. Kat says, is that your first by this author talking to me? Yes, this is my first one of hers that I'm reading. She's great though. And Danny, welcome to you, Danny. How are you doing this evening? You said, I've read Smoke Gets in Your Eyes and From Here to Eternity. Love them both. Totally recommend. There you go. So I'm not the only one. That's awesome, Danny. Are you planning on reading Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs? Have you read this as well? If not, got to get yourself a copy. Alex says, I did not like Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, but humor is hard for me in books, and I think I maybe took what she was saying the wrong way. Do you watch her channel, Alex? I can't remember if you told me that already. But if not, I can really understand that. And I do know you've said humor is hard for you in books. And that's one of the things I worry about for the book that I recommended for you, Good Omens. By Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman, because you even said you were like, I've not had great experiences with Neil Gaiman. I'm hoping that you'll find it funny, because to me, I found that book hilarious. But if you don't find it funny, I will understand, especially if you don't really like comedic books. And Kat's laughing at Faye. And Christina says, I also pictured the end of the movie Real Genius. I have not seen that, so I don't know what it is that you're referencing, but I trust you. All right, so I got only 2 more sprints for the evening, y'all. So let me see. Danny said, I wasn't sure if I want to read it until now. I have dogs and didn't feel like I need the answer to the title question. Okay, so Danny, I'll tell you this. Because this book is split up many, many, many questions, okay, I feel like I can tell you a little bit about this one because it's literally the first question that's answered in the book. It's not like a middle one or anything. She talks about dogs. The only reason that dogs would bite or chew on a person after they've died is anxiety of trying to wake up their owner. So there have been instances when owners have been found to have parts of them chewed, like their legs or like their nose or something, but it's because the dog was worrying and was like trying to get them to wake up. So it wasn't that they were eating them, if that makes you feel any better. And he said, Danny said, now I'll add it to my TBR. You absolutely should. I think you'd really like it. Alex says, I did not know her, picked up the book randomly. She said a few things that made her seem like an asshole, maybe meant it in a joking way, but I wasn't a fan. Yeah, that was part of what I was saying earlier about like if somebody read this book and they didn't know Caitlin Doty or her sense of humor, they would probably think that she was really weird or was being very blasé about, you know, what others would view as like an extremely traumatic situation or like would seem kind of squeamish about some stuff. Totally get that. Um, so I, yeah, if I had picked this up not knowing her, I think I would be having some thoughts about her as well. And Christina says, "Oh, you should watch it. Val Kilmer, great movie." Okay. Well, thank you. I love a good movie recommendation as well. Alex said, I remember one point she was making fun of the names parents chose for their still. Oh, yeah, that sounds I would have to hear the context or have to read the context of like the way that she was saying it. But I know in here, um, you know, she was talking about how like our bodies change color after we die. And she was talking, of course, about like the science behind like why the different colors happen, like under our skin and how blood pools and everything. But she was, of course, like making jokes about stuff along the way. And I think that that's just I don't know if it's necessarily her way of coping because, of course, she's lived that life for years because she's a mortician. Maybe it's a level of comfort for her because she's seen it all, or maybe that's the way that she feels it's the most effective to teach people about death is to treat it with a degree of humor. But, you know, if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. No worries. And Nicole says, "Yikes!" Yeah, in that context, that sounds really bad. Faye says, "I once told my mom about cats and dogs biting their owners' faces when they won't wake up, and she hasn't had a good night's sleep since." I could definitely see my dog Barker doing that to me if I didn't wake up and him just like because he already like when he's insistent about something he tramples on me just like full body just like step on me and he's over 20 pounds so that could be quite heavy when you're fast asleep. Yeah, he probably would do that as well. And Alex says, I usually like dark humor. I really enjoy Mary Roach's book Stiff, which is also a funny book about death. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. I don't think I've even heard of that, but that might be something I would be interested in reading. So I got two more sprints that we can do. So I will go ahead and get the next question up here. And that is how old were you when you drove a car for the first time? And who were you with? And do you remember the kind of car? This is like a very special memory for me. So I was wondering if other people like had a special memory for it as well. But I will go ahead and I will get the timer up on the board. 30 minutes on the clock. I will see you all in a little bit and happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how your reading is going. I have made it to page 99, so I am about halfway through. I'm a little under halfway. Let's see. I left you all with the question, how old were you? Sorry, Barker's making some noise. How old were you when you drove a car for the first time? Who were you with? And do you remember the kind of car? And Nicole says 15 and probably my mom's Volvo. And Anagen says 15 in my mom's car. Oh, I love that. And Kat says, I was 16 and my best friend Shelly let me drive her mom's car, but I can't remember what type of car it was. It had 4 doors and I believe it was maroon. It was also an automatic. Oh, which is interesting because you drive a stick now. And Faye says, I was 12 or 13. Car wasn't working. My dad needed to push start it. So he told me to drive without telling me which pedal was which. Ended up in a ditch. Dad was livid, but the car sucked anyway. Oh my gosh. And Faye, you said, I don't drive as an adult and I still have nightmares that I'm behind the wheel and don't know which pedal is which. No. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess if you don't have to drive as an adult, like that's one thing. But having nightmares like that is terrible. And Cass says, oh, Faye, that's traumatic. It really is. Alex says, pretty sure I was 15 or 16 and my mom's minivan. She was a stressful driving instructor. Jamie said, I can't drive. My mom made me try learning on her minivan in the 90s, but it was dark, the lot was uneven, and I could not reach all the things. My hands are handicapped. Okay. Well, that would make perfect sense then why that would be like a really difficult driving experience. And like it'd just be like, it's easier not to drive. Robert says, my dad's 1969 Buick Skylark Coupe, Willy Wonka brown, a black vinyl roof, black interior. I remember thinking the car was going to roll over in turns. I was 12. Alicia's 2001 Toyota Tacoma with my dad, and I was 15. I think I probably did a little illegal driving at 14 too. And Christina says, I was 6 with my grandpa and a John Deere harvester. So, Christina, you were the closest one to my experience then because I was probably around 7 years old. Now, I was in a regular vehicle. I was in a green Trailblazer, and it was my Mema's car, and we were on the back roads of like the country farmhouse that she used to live in. And so she was my very first driving instructor. She was incredibly calm, best driving instructor you could have asked for. And the very first time actually she ever put me behind the wheel, I was so young I couldn't reach the pedals, so I sat in her lap and she let me steer. And then as I got taller, she like would actually let me drive the car. So I very, very much illegally drove before I even hit double digits. But it's one of the reasons that I'm a very good driver today. So I am grateful for that time, and I have a lot of really great memories with my mom driving her Trailblazer. And you also said did not read, was sprint hopping. Well, listened to the chat while I worked on the attendance. I really hate mindless, mind numbing work sometimes, probably why I forgot to do it. Yeah, absolutely. Alex said, made it to page 730. Oh my goodness. You're like busting through that book. Nicole said, reading Doomsday Book is like reliving the pandemic. That's why I think it was my third video I ever made on my channel was about me reading Emily St. John Mandel's Station 11. It was after COVID had happened. And so I was like, man, this reminds me a lot of the stuff that, we've been dealing with COVID. And the thing that was super creepy about that novel is it came out right before the pandemic happened. So it was almost as if she predicted a lot of things. Now, of course, in that book, it was like much more serious. A much larger percentage of the world's population died. Civilization basically like crumbled. But there were other parts of it that rang true. And that the book was more impactful, I think, because of that. Anna said, I read 212 of 823 pages of Winter, the fourth book, and the Lunar Chronicles. Okay, I never read the Lunar Chronicles, but I hope that you're enjoying it. Imagine that you are since you're in the fourth book. Emily says 14 with my dad in a Toyota car at a parking lot where I almost hit a tree and then flipped the car, taking a turn too fast. Amazingly, he kept letting me practice. That's a good dad. Faye said, I'm on page 78 of 120. And Kat said, I loaded my dishwasher, then I watched my video for a second time. It's uploading to YouTube now. Kat, how do you stay on such a consistent uploading schedule? Like you just always have content, like you always have ideas for videos that you're making. It's like really impressive. Zach said, got a late dinner started, chicken parm, mashed potatoes, and mac and cheese. That's a great dinner right there. That's comfort food. Barker, what are you doing? I could hear him tip-tapping around out there. I have to probably get up and let him out here in just a second. Yay, Kat! And then, hi, Catherine, welcome. Catherine says, it was driver's ed at 15, have no idea what kind of car or who I was with, but it was in 1984. That's awesome. And welcome to my sprints. I hope that you're having a wonderful evening. We have one more that we're going to be doing tonight before I'll call it quits. Kat says, what sweet memory with your grandmother? Yeah, I call her my memaw. She's my memaw, and she always will be. And yeah, Kat said, yum, Zach. I also said, I finally got to film my December wrap-up, Alicia. Good job, Kat. You're doing all the things. You said, I'm actually behind on my videos trying to catch up. Well, you have so many ideas. If you're behind, then you're still doing a really great job. Faye says, Salima Nawaz wrote Songs for the End of the World, a book about a coronavirus pandemic in the year before COVID. Whoa! It came out during the first lockdown, and she kept apologizing for causing it. No! That's actually really creepy, though. I remember I read The Stand after COVID, and Stephen King had to release a statement to people being like, no, the COVID is not the stand. Like, 99.9% of the world's population is not dying from COVID. It was like a whole thing. So it suddenly became like any book that was out about a pandemic or some sort of outbreak was like talking about COVID. So that's wild, though. And you said, okay, Nawaz and St. John Mandel were interviewed together about predicting pandemics. Are you serious? Oh, that's wild. Oh, I'll have to go back and watch that. You said they're both Canadian. Okay, that's really cool. I'll check that out. I have never heard an interview with St. John Mandel, but I have read three. Yes, I've read three of her novels, and I like her quite a bit as an author. I think she has some really unique thoughts. Because I've read The Glass Hotel, Station 11, and the other book that's connected. Oh my gosh, how did I just blank on that? It has sea, like an ocean sea. Sea of Tranquility. There we go. I got it. Yeah, I've read all three of those books. And Nicole says, mine even has England withdrawing from their equivalent of the EU in the book. Oh, really? That's weird. Faye says the show they were interviewed on was The Agenda. Emma Donoghue was also interviewed with them. Okay. Emma Donoghue. Can you remind me what Emma Donoghue is known for? Because that name sounds vaguely familiar, but I could be thinking of somebody else. And Kat says, I liked Emma Donoghue's Room. Oh, the book The Room? Or it was based on a book and it became a movie? And Nicole said, it's so weird. Jamie says, with all the books like those about major disease outbreaks, it made me really laugh every time the newscaster said the COVID circumstances were unimaginable. No one could know what may happen, etc. True. A lot of people, who study pandemics could, of course, have predicted all of that, but nobody was asking them. Faye said, Room, The Pull of the Stars. Okay, Room is the only one that I've heard of. I have not heard of The Pull of the Stars. And Nicole said they're also having a toilet paper crisis. Oh my gosh. I remember on the news when people were outraged that somebody had gone to Costco after Costco got a giant shipment of toilet paper. And there was this family who managed to walk in and take like an entire cart of it and just start loading it up into their truck. And like this angry mob went outside the store and started trying to like peel the the toilet paper off of the back of their truck, being like, "You can't buy this much toilet paper when we all need it. How dare you do this? How could you let this happen?" Um, I just I'm glad. I'm really glad that I was never in a dire situation where I ran out of toilet paper. I'm just going to say that I did not experience that stress. And Nicole says, "LOL, so true, Jamie. They need to read more books." That's very true. And Kat says, "Yes, Room, read the book, then watched the movie." Okay, I'll have to probably check that one out if that's something that you all recommend. I gotta go check on Bubby because he might be getting into mischief. I don't know. So, gonna do the last sprint of the night, everybody. Gonna put up another 30 minutes on the clock. And I have one last question for you, and that is, if you had the option to go on a cross country train ride in an overnight cabin, would you, or do you prefer flying? Let me know. And I am going to go ahead and get Kit Kat back up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you happy reading, and I'll see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back from that last sprint. My camera moved because he was standing right in front of my face, and I was like, I'll just shift this over a little bit. All right, tell me how you all did. I got a little bit distracted during that sprint, so I didn't read quite as much, but I did get to 110, page 110. So I'm officially over the halfway mark in this book. I'm still enjoying it. Definitely some topics are more macabre than others. I could say that for certain. Let's see. All right. The question that I left you all with was if you had the option to go on a cross country train ride in an overnight cabin, would you or do you prefer flying? And so first answer that I got was from Faye, and she said, definitely prefer a train to flying. Okay. Emily says, I've taken a train from Texas to Illinois. Oh, that's a long train. And from Massachusetts to Oregon, and loved both trips, train all the way every time. I'm extremely jealous, Emily, because that is one of my great dreams is to take a trip pretty much from one coast to the next, if at all possible, just to kind of like get the great United States experience of being able to see, the different terrains in one trip. I especially would like one that it goes up north and takes a path kind of like through like Montana in that area, just because I think that that would be really beautiful. So maybe one day. It's one of my great dreams. I've told Keaton about it plenty of times. So I'm kind of thinking like if I have a major birthday that either I'll take my first cruise or I'll go on my first train trip. So we'll see which one. Kat says, I totally go on a cross country train ride. Where do I sign up? I will fly places, but not a fan. See, that's interesting because I also really enjoy flying. Trains to me, I've watched so many videos about the whole experience. If you all have never seen the channel Downey Live, it's this really upbeat, super friendly, just seems like a great guy. That his whole channel is dedicated to him taking like different forms of public transportation, but he's done a lot of videos about trains and just the whole experience of like being in the sleeper cars and like having the dining cars and the observation decks that you can go on. And I'm just like, man, that would be the perfect place to read and sit and like look out at the world. And, all of your meals are paid for. And oh, it sounds so great, so relaxing. But I also love to fly. But I think that's probably because my dad was a pilot and I inherited just like the love of airports and being up in the air from my dad. Alex says, I've never flown, but I'd pick a train. Well, I think flying's fun. I think that as long as you're somebody who gets to the airport early and you don't have to worry about your flight connections, like if it's not a straight shot and you have like some sort of stop in the middle that you make sure that your connection has at least over an hour in between flights, because there are some people that they book those connections and it's like, oh yeah, you got 30 to 45 minutes to get from one concourse to another, and it's like, man, you really screwed yourself if if the first plane is late. So yeah, I'm one of those people. If you tell me that I have like 2 hours that I need to hang out at a layover, I'm perfectly okay with that. Like, it has never bothered me. Jamie says the train ride would be nice. And Anna says, I think I would go for it. I think it would be a really fun experience. It would get you to your destination without your ears popping or having to pay for legroom. I would miss the movies though. Well, hypothetically, you could bring like a portable DVD player if you really wanted to, I suppose. The one thing about train rides, though, is that they do take a much longer of time, of course, than the plane ride. So, to me, and this is what I've told Keaton, is like, if you go on a cross country trip, the train ride is the destination. Like, you're seeing things along the way, and sure, the train's going to make stops, but ultimately, the ride is the vacation. And you also have to adapt to the fact that a lot of trains, especially if you're in the United States, if you take Amtrak runs late most of the time. I mean, I've seen that from different YouTube channels that have taken Amtrak, and they all talk about like, oh yeah, our train's like 3 hours late to our destination. And so that's another thing that you have to plan for. But I would be perfectly okay with that as long as I'm not in a rush to get anywhere. I don't mind if we're late or not. And Nicole says, we're planning on a train trip for the summer. That's awesome. So train it is, though generally I prefer to fly. Nicole, do you want to share what your path is, like how long the trip is going to be, like which states you're going to go through? Because that sounds like a lot of fun. Alicia says, I would love to go on a cross country train ride. Catherine says, I'd much prefer the train to flying, no risk of door plug coming loose. Of course, the show Fire Country that I just watched had a train accident occur. Yeah, train accidents, something like Amtrak, are very rare. I mean, technically, accidents while flying in a plane are also extremely rare. You're far more likely to have many other incidents occur than a death by plane. But yeah, what happened recently with the Boeings and the door plugs and the door just flying off, they were extremely lucky. One, that no one got hurt, but two, that nobody was sitting in the seats that were right next to the emergency hatch, especially with how full a lot of flights are. I don't know how that worked out, but they were extremely lucky. Robert says, if the plane is a Boeing, definitely train. The other thing is the weekly uploads of the insane on a plane TSA agents stealing and selling your stuff. Definitely a train. That's interesting. I have not heard of anybody like a TSA agent stealing your things, or I don't know anybody who's had that personal experience. So I'll have to look into that and how common that is, and if it's like from a specific airport or like certain regions that happens from. I've been very fortunate. Nothing like that has ever occurred to me when I have flown, and I have flown many times in my life. So I don't know. Emily says, finish The Lost Path, a short, fantastical graphic novel, a curious read indeed. Well, I'm hoping curious also equals good, or maybe it was just weird. I'm not sure, but good on you for finishing a book. And Nicole says 15 pages. Anna says, I read 240 pages out of 823 pages of Winter. My goodness, that is a big book, but that's a great chunk. You're what, a fourth, somewhere around a fourth of the way through. Good job. A little over that. And Christina said, still no reading, but I am up to 10 out of 23. Good job. Jamie, or up to 10:23. Sorry for the date for your son. You poor thing. Gosh, you've been spending all night on that. Jamie says, finished almost two more stories, including one about huge carnivorous snails that were actually surprisingly scary, slow-mo horror thriller. I really like snails. I would have a hard time imagining a horror snail, but I am intrigued. And Christina said, I would love to go on a train. I did the plane thing. Yeah, the train is like the new experience for me. Same thing with a ship, like going on a cruise. I like this idea of being able to sleep on the transportation you're taking, where you also can like walk around and eat and lounge and just have a good time, where there's no pressures. Though I have heard about the cruise that's supposed to last 9 months. I don't know if you all have heard about that, but it costs like $60,000 or something insane, and you go and you're 9 months, one ship with all the same people. And I guess the cruise line was having such a hard time filling those slots. Because I mean, imagine how many people can, 1, take 9 months off to just go on a cruise, and 2, can afford that amount of money, that they have started, like, selling in month gaps where you can, like, pick a month to go and stay for, of course, a much discounted price. And I thought about that and I was like, "You know what? I would not, under any circumstances, want to be on a ship for 9 months with the same people, having lived in apartments, several different apartments in my life, and knowing how disruptive neighbors can be. I've never been on a cruise, but I don't imagine the walls are particularly thick, and I don't think I could handle that. That would be a lot. Kat says, I started reading Stolen Tongues. I read the prologue, 10 pages, and creepy. The book is off to a good start. Well, that's awesome. And Christina says, thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You as well, Christina. Good luck with your son's paperwork. I hope it goes okay. And Zach says, too busy cooking to chat, but I'll be listening. No problem. We're kind of winding down for the evening anyway, because I'm getting ready to have to go. Amal says, hello, peeps, or bye, peeps, depending on the sprints. Yeah, Amal, we just finished the very last one. I'm sorry you're catching it on the tail end, but I'm still glad that you came in to say hello. I really appreciate that. You said, I'm reading In Your Dreams, Holden Roads, listening to The Little Beach Cafe, and maybe reading Ignite by Melanie Harrow. Oh, very nice. Well, I hope you enjoy your time. And Alex says, I'm up to page 748, only a bit over 100 pages left. Good God, you were like just tearing through that. Awesome. Christina says, oh, I like Hallmark at Christmas time. The Christmas Train was a fun movie. Kimberly Williams Paisley, Dermot Mulroney, Danny Glover, and Joan Cusack. Okay. And so it's a Danny Glover vehicle. Cool. And Amal said, never been on a train. LOL. Well, you are in good company because neither have I. Well, I can't say I've never been on a train. I have been on a train, but I've never been on an overnight train, which is a very different experience than just a passenger train. And Emily says, 100% agree. The train is death the ride. I had a friend who went from Cali to Pennsylvania and she raved about the variety of scenery. Oh, that's the dream. Like she really did do coast to coast. So cool. Nicole said, we've been from Mass to Chicago, so we're hoping Chicago to Oregon. Nice. Yeah, you're going to get a whole different variety of scenery then. And Christina said, October 23rd. Nice. Yeah, sorry I messed up on the date earlier, but I figured it out. Kat said, thankfully, nothing of mine has ever been stolen when I've flown. Yeah, I feel like that would probably be a far rarer occurrence. After all, there are 8 million people a day across the world that fly. Like, how many people's things get stolen? Not how many people's things get lost. Because we know that that's a lot because you can buy people's lost luggage. That's one of those like weird things that you can buy on the internet, not something I would ever pay for because you don't know what's in the luggage. It's basically like buying a mystery box. People pay good money for that. I don't know. That's not for me. Alex says, did you see Safia Nagard's recent video on taking an overnight train? I did, actually. I watched that and I thought that that looked like a lot of fun. And she did talk about the trains running behind as well. And I also like the food that they had. Trains have surprisingly good food. I know people always talk about airplane food and how like notorious it is. And admittedly, when being on an overnight flight to another country across the ocean, yes, the food is not that great. When you're really hungry, it doesn't matter. You'll eat anything that is put in front of you. But the train food was far superior. Absolutely. And Christina says, I hate paperwork. I want to read. I'm so close. Well, you know what? It is a Friday night. And when you get it done, you can go into the weekend knowing that it has been finished. And then you can read, hopefully, this weekend. I hope that for you anyway. I don't know how busy you are. Mal said, watching The Biggest Loser, American version. Don't know if I can sprint with all my books today. That's fair. It's very fair. I haven't watched The Biggest Loser before, but I've heard a lot about it. Jamie says a train trip would be an excuse to bring along all the locked train murder mystery books to read on the trip. That's so true. You could read Murder on the Orient Express if you've never read that one before. I have read that. That was actually my first Agatha Christie with Hercule Poirot. He's really fun. I prefer him over Miss Marple, but I've only read one Miss Marple, and it was her first book, and it was The Murder at the Vicarage. And I didn't care for her as much as a character because she wasn't as sassy and pizzazzy as Poirot is. I can't get the in there. Like my mouth is too dry right now. Usually I can get a good sound with his last name. Kat says, as always, thanks for sprints, Alex. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. You as well, Kat. Thank you so much for stopping by and spending this time. It means the world. And Christine says the Christmas train went from DC to Cali and it was a week-long trip. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Nicole says, night, Cat. And Emily says, Chicago to Oregon is what I did, and Glacier Park was outstanding. Have a great time. Yes. Glacier Glacier Park isn't the one that I'm going to. I will get to see Crater Lake. That's why I got confused. As I was like Glacier Park and Crater Lake both have to do with ice, but they're not the same place. But I'm excited to see that later on this year. And Nicole says, thanks for sprints, Alex. You're very welcome, Nicole. Thank you so much for coming by. It was really wonderful to spend this time with you and hear you talk about classics and let me ramble forever. Have a good night. And she said, night all. Kat says, night, Nicole. Christina says, wait, it might have been New York to Cali. That's still a really long trip. Either way, really long. Emily says, thanks for the sprints and fun questions. Have a good weekend to all. You as well. Christina says, night, Kat. And night, Nicole. And Nicole says, night, Christina and Emily. Nicole says, night to me. And Anna says, thank you so much for the sprints. I had fun. I finished the Inheritance games and started a new book called A Winter in New York by Josie Silver. Happy weekend. Well, I'm really glad that you were able to finish your book. Enjoy your new book and have a very happy weekend. And good night to you all, or good morning, or happy midday, wherever you may be, and wishing you the best for this weekend. So good night, everybody, and take care.